Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? Sir? Sir?
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Okay, so we were over halfway through making our plastic plant. That's what we were. That's where we were. Okay. Plastics and rubber. So what had I done? Right, I'd started building how the thing would look. We did, right, so we did both floors of our plastic rubber hybrid machines. We did water, which is all full. So we have to connect these guys to our, here we are. So those guys are all connected to water. So we have to change them over to a heavy oil residue, which is going to break every single one of them. And we've also got to set up these guys to make our starter plastic. Okay. Well, I hope I don't need any plastic to build what I'm about to build. Because I don't think I'm going to have any. Oh, I got a little bit of plastic left. Oh, I got a little bit of plastic left. Yoink. Let's cut off that factory. That factory gets no more plastic. That factory gets no more plastic. or rubber really, but I don't think you're at risk of running out of rubber. But let's delete that anyway. The factory no longer gets any plastic or rubber. Hopefully it's pretty obvious to me where to reconnect them. But just in case I'm an idiot, let's draw this right up to the thing so that it's real obvious. Just in case I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is how the rubber feeds down. So we're definitely going to have to change how this all works. And then this is also how all the plastic feeds down. So we're definitely going to have to change how that all works. That's how they feed down into the boxes. So luckily, I'm not going to have to change anything about the intricacies of the factory because we intentionally put everything that was created in 2 boxes. And since rubber and plastic here are the entry ways, everything that comes after is going to stay the same. Only things that come before are going to change. Specifically, I'm not going to need any of those or any of those, and plastic and rubber are going to come up from that factory over there. So fantastic. Now what's going to have to change up here? I need a grand total of 15 heavy oil residue factories that are going to have to come from 450 crude oil. So, time to go see how much crude oil is coming up. First of all, it's not 450 because that is not a 450 pipe. Whee! How much you doing? 300 per minute? That is fully overclocked. Okay. Well, not that. What about you guys back here? What are you guys running? Ah, so those are the systems that are going to run these. So they're not going to need oil at all. And they're currently not running, I believe. Yes, they are currently not running. I have turned all of them off. They're all powered down. Fantastic. These two don't even have power connected to them. Okay. Well, bad news for you guys. This oil pump's not getting used at all anymore. And on top of that, we're not fucking bringing oil in like this. This is fucking hideous. But to make it easy, we will still bring oil in here. Still bring it in that hole because everything's set up. So we'll come here and get rid of all this. This is one of those cases of prior knowledge of what I wanted to do before I did it would have been very helpful. But then you need a container loop? Why would I need a container loop? What are you talking about? Oh, right. For Woberg's thing. Yes. You can package and unpackage oil, yes. Okay, so one of you is still probably going in here. No, because you don't need any oil down here. Wow. This whole system's gone. This is crazy. Not only is this whole system gone, but this whole system was fed by 2 pure pumps. And I'm going to use half of a pure pump to create roughly 5 times as much plastic and rubber as I was doing. That's, okay. Honestly, I don't even want you coming out here. That's already too ugly. We're going all the way back to the start. Yeah, both these nodes are pure, if I remember correctly. Yep, both pure. Well, I only need one. Let's make sure this doesn't have power shards in it. It doesn't. Alright, so we're all the way back here. Yo, I'm gonna need you to fucking relax, my dude. Anyone else around here ready to fucking... Anyone else in this cave? Trying to fuck my shit up while I'm building? Or just you? Just you? Alright, fantastic. Okay, so you're gonna have to go up there into that hole. So you're also going to have to come through a Mark II pipe, because I'm going to need a little bit of this, because I need you to generate how much? Need you to be giving me 450. If anything, this is the place that doesn't back up. So, like, it's just a pump. So if you go slightly over. Oh. Oh. We're gonna pretend that I didn't know that. My bad. Okay, let's try and keep you pipe looking. Actually, you've forgotten since you last used it? Fair. So I was thinking, keep you pipe looking, right? But then I'm thinking that what we actually do is just bring it to here and then attach it to this floating pole and bring it up this bridge with everything else. And then from here, it'll just do a little in, out and up. I think we just attach to our little sky bridge, which is held up by beams, and we just go on the bottom. Which is arguably worse. It's 100% worse. Okay, so let's think about this. If I'm going to attach to the sky bridge anyway, maybe I stay off the ground. Maybe I crawl up here with straight pipes as quick as I can to this spot, and then I come from here straight over to this bit. Probably, yeah, probably hooked onto the edge like that. Can I hook onto the sides? I mean, I can hook onto the sides, but I think I'd rather hook onto the edge like that. So essentially, I want to get to that height right there, almost right away. So let's just start with that piece. Let's just start with that piece straight. So that's where I'm going to want to connect to. Horizontal to vertical. Yep, straight down like that. Straight. Horizontal to vertical. And what about just immediately in like that? I think that's a bit better. You are almost certainly going to need a pump nearly immediately. I don't even know if oil will make it this high. I mean, it says there's oil in there. I mean, it says there's oil in there, but we're going way higher. And over here is the bit that, oops, over here is the bit that we don't see. So the more we can use down here, is that better, right? As I mark 2 pumps, so that'll give us 40 meters of lift. I don't know if that'll quite make it without another pump, but at least I think the best one to line up to will probably be to come across the ceiling of this one and just jut across here. That's what I'm thinking. So let's say we want to go, you can't use that as a ceiling, eh? Okay, in that case we just, right, we'll have to make this a little bit manually. That's the place I really want to make it to. So I think we're coming out from here. Ooh. So I think we're coming out from here. Can we click up one without clipping? I mean, you can launch it with the height 11. And I can stand on the second part of the space elevator. Yo, what if I put the space elevator on top of my skyscraper? No, no? Oh, come on. Don't do that to me. All right, how am I going to get you over there? All right, so you can't go in one go, which means you need a halfway point to latch onto. So around about there will be a pillar that's hopefully hold. Nine, because you're coming from higher and going low. So you're actually just gonna sit there, and then you'll reach, you piece of shit. Okay, that's not even a little bit upsetting. Studio and forcing everyone back to 5 days in the office. Do people still do that when they don't have to? Like, there are some businesses where you just sort of have to be in the office. I feel like most people don't do that anymore. Not that I work in an office anymore, obviously, but my favorite would be flexible hybrid. So what that being like, the idea being like 1 or 2 days a week at most that you go into the office. My team works 2 days and 2 nights. There's 4 different people. We don't even have an office in this state anymore. I do like that. Horizontal to vertical. Straight in like that. Do we go straight in like that, or do we go up as soon as we can and then over to it? Leaves less hanging pipe. Hold. I think I like that better. Oh. him in to get some pets. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. What are you doing here? Yes, hello. There's a long face. He does. This is Parker. I don't know what kind of dog he is. But he's my sister's boss's dog. Hello. Hi. Hi. Alright, go on. Okay, so this is not enough lift. So we will need another pump. Now, I'm almost certain that we've got enough lift to be here. That'll be full. Okay, well, I'm less certain. Luckily, we've still got some under here bullshit that we could do. No, see, that definitely is fine. Because I have a pump there giving 40 meters lift. Like, there's no way that by the time I reach that platform that I've run out. 50 meters, sorry, 50 meters of lift. There's no way by the time that reaches that platform that I've run out of lift by then. There's no way. I don't have enough to get all the way up there. I don't think. Fucking maybe though. Tell you what. Let's jump on level here and then just go for a run without going up or down. And then if we hit Alt click, so that's only 38 meters to the roof. Now we do have to go a little bit further than the roof. So that's another 7 plus the 2 things, which are, that's a 2-meter foundation and that's a 4-meter foundation. Plus you have to lift up again. That's getting awfully close. I think it's worth putting another pump in. But I'd say I could sneak it under a pillar down here. It doesn't need to be anywhere near the basis. I think they probably fill, but it's real close. But I can just do that. It's moving, but it's moving very slowly. Well, I think it's moving very slowly because it's full, right? Like when they're full, they stop moving. I'm pretty sure. Wait. Is that full? No, maybe you're right. Right, so that one's expanded. And that one's not moving. So maybe this is the part of the pump. The part of the bit that gets a pump in. assuming that there's oil here. I mean, I'd say you're still okay. There's just no way you need a pump further down here. Like, my first pump is just fucking right there. Like, that would be insane. We'll go here, and then it's definitely just fine. I definitely will have no issues. Down here it is. Oh, I never actually connected the bridge to power anywhere, though. Like the bridge has to get power somewhere. Ta-da, the bridge is powered. Interesting. Interesting. Is this pump back here just not powered? It can't already be too high, right? I found the problem. It's that first pump is literally already too high. You're already kind of outside the lift. You're just getting the slosh as it goes through the pipe and pumping it further, but like not good enough. Well, now that looks much healthier. Now that looks much healthier. Now the one pump that's halfway up should just be green the whole time. Which means we have oil. Might take a minute to make it up here. Oh, that's already full. Sweet. I think we're good. These are all Mark 1 pipes. That's going to be an issue. Your Mark 2 pipes under here, all the new ones. I didn't have Mark 2 pipes. So, honestly, the ones to each machine, they don't actually need to be Mark 2 pipes. In fact, it literally might help if they're not. Alright, that should be a bit better. The machines up here technically turning on, but they're doing things I don't want them to do. So let's put an end to that. Why am I doing it that way? Oh, you can't copy paste off. No more plastic. No more. No more plastic. No more rubber. There is no petroleum coke for you to make. Where are you getting? Oh, that's right. Heavy oil residue was a fucking byproduct that I had to get rid of. Right. Ooh. Brilliant. Okay. So we are successfully making only 600, which means one single pipe is enough. And since we're making it up here, and it's gonna flow down, not far, but down, that's gonna be great. But it is gonna have to go in to here somewhere, preferably here, because that's the center of the entire thing, and it would be way better if you like spread out from the middle. But let's not get too excited working on both sides at once. So let's get this shit running first. So all of you are going to make heavy oil residue, but I need 15, which means I do not need those anymore. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A gap for no reason. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, I need 15 EU total, so this layout is just not going to work for me. I'm going to have to get rid of these guys. Which means we're going to have to get rid of them. Which also means getting rid of the holes. How's it going? Great. Other than stupid restream wouldn't connect. So I currently have both chats open if YouTube ever says anything. But you can't see each other. Okay, so this is where our petroleum coke came down. Right? We just... Before I delete too much of it, I'm pretty sure this is where our petroleum coke was coming from. Yes. Yes, it was. Might have been the only fucking thing coming down that line. Oh no, something else is coming from under it. That's weird. What the fuck would come from under it into a disposal line in this plan? Oh no! I'm using the petroleum coke. I mean, not anymore, I'm not. I just fucking deleted it. Aha, okay. Ahem. Can we go back 5 minutes? Hold on. Just one? Will one be enough? Yeah, let's go back one. Oh, hold the phone. Haha, good. Okay, all right. The pipe is already hooked up. That's already done. These machines are already turned off, but I haven't deleted my petroleum coke lines yet. Okay, so time to work out how much petroleum coke we needed to. Yeah, I have stopped them, but I haven't deleted them yet. So I think I have them in here. I'm sending. So I just need 100 petroleum coke to be going all the way back over to those smelters. So that isn't very much. You make 120. So one of you needs to stay on and being supplied, which it isn't currently, with heavy oil residue, which happens to be what I am making. So I need to add 40 a minute to my heavy oil residue making, right? And pump that in with it. So one whole machine. So one whole extra machine is going to provide the the petroleum coke that I needed, which means I need 30 extra crude oil per minute to come up this line. Ah, the joys of having interconnected bases. Hi, buddy. Luckily, you have room for 30. And you don't even need the third power shard. That's actually exactly the amount that I need. Okay. Fantastic. So, one of you will need to stay. It's gonna be you. The other ones can all go away. This is not gonna work. Neither's most of this. What do you actually produce? Actually, all of that is gonna work, but that doesn't let me get all of this would work, but I kind of need you to be giving me room for that right there. Let's just leave that disconnected for now. So 1, 2, 3, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Son of a bitch. 1, 2. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's just not right either. Okay. Getting rid of all these. This factory, I loved you. Me too. I also love this. Okay. So we're actually building 16 of these that all need to be making the exact same thing, because we do have to siphon 30 of it off in a different direction, which is fine. So 16 is what? Eight in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. mean, I feel like you'd be better to just do them facing each other. That would be so much nicer. We're gonna have to redo all our pipe work. We can't really save any of this. It's fine. We can save those downwards elevators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven. Eight. You fucking piece of shit. You're backwards. Wait, no, you're not. You're backwards. Why are you like this? Cool. But now, the same thing here. With just enough room for the pipe work at the back here. I reckon that's enough. It only needs to come up from a hole in the ground. Yeah, you need barely any room. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8. Those power poles aren't even connected to anything. Oh, they're for these buildings that you're placing, you fucking idiots. Okay, so those will have to go. Those will have to go. Those will have to go. Option very similar in development right now. I have heard of that one. This is my first factory game of any kind. I'm in love with it, but I could absolutely see myself trying more in the future. Okay. Put a hole there, and a hole there, and a hole there. Then come around the back. Is that too close? No. Fantastic. Put a hole there. And a hole there, and a hole there, and a hole there, and there, and there, and there, and there. Man, how did I even build all this stuff without the hover pack? It's so nice. The hover pack is everything. Washing early access this month. This probably needs a little extra time to cook. Lacking the verticality department. Oh yeah. Yep, fair enough. No, we don't need that bit. But we now do need more junctions. Boop. And right here. Oh, oh, oh. And there. And right there. There. Jesus, I need to get oil in here. Where was this fucking thing going? Oh, that's the petroleum coke line, right? That is the petroleum coke line, and which makes this a smart splitter that does petroleum coke and then overflows forward. Okay, so you're actually good. So this is the line my petroleum coke needs to go into when I make it, but the rest of this doesn't need. I hope. Either that or I'm absolutely fucking myself up right now. Okay. And so this line is where all of the plastic and rubber came from, which is also now irrelevant. I can get rid of all this clutter here too, because this is nothing. I fucking hope it's nothing, right? Yeah, it's currently nothing. Cool. Perfect. All this just to make a not even a fifth, I don't think, of the plastic and rubber that I'm going to be making. Yep, this is where the petroleum coke wants to go. I just need to like fucking put some weird shit up here so that when I look over here again, I'm like, where does it go? It goes fucking right here. Little signs for myself. Do not destroy. Okay, well, that is quite a bit nicer. However, where is, oh, it's all the way in here. Okay. That's actually fine, because this is the go around the world drop off line. But when is the next place something even drops in? When is the next place something even drops into this? Jesus. Not till all the way over there. This belt does nothing for a long time now. But it is really handy. So we'll just get rid of it to there. Clears up space. It is very handy, so that's fine. Okay, so essentially this is the second row. You finished your power plant? Yeah. It's over there. Those 4 buildings. That's my power plant. And in the nicest way, it is doubleable easily. I can double that. I will edit the blueprint a little bit to make slightly smaller, about half panel smaller or half tile smaller buildings. And I will put them in this slot. So they'll go like there. And they'll fit in to turn it, instead of being 4 separate buildings, it'll be one building, but with like corners in it. So like it'll come around into here, and then there'll be a building that comes out here and joins in there, right? And it'll go on all 4 levels at the same time. So I can double this production quite easily. And because I learned a lot building those towers, when I edit the blueprint to suit the bit that'll go in the middle, I'll be able to do it at miles faster speed. Miles faster. Because a lot of the busy work that I had to do in the middle, I didn't have to do, strictly speaking. Now that I've done it, I know what I could do differently, and you know. So it'll be a lot quicker to put up the second one. Yo, there's a hole. See that? You see that hole right there, buddy? Setting up coal. Fuel fluids just weren't working right. Actually, kind of love the fluid. All right, cool. Okay, but now do you see what I want? Will you click into space? You will not click into the space. Okay, well, I'll just do my best to eyeball it, I guess. The best measuring tools is your naked eye. Don't let anyone tell you anything different. Did this bend? Did that get closer? Yep. Yeah, that's as long as I need to go. Let me hold that in place again. I don't know if that's right. The machines get closer? What's going on here? Okay. Sure. Okay. Well, that is clearly further away. So it's actually, I was on that line. And clearly it's one click in from that line. So there you go. No. No, you're part of the problem. You are part of the problem, buddy. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Now you'll fit, won't you? Yep. Close enough. I'm only mildly annoyed that these won't clip into place, even though they're clearly able to connect and relatively obvious what I'm trying to do. Did you just connect to? What are you talking about? All right, had enough of that. Delete the whole thing. Okay, new plan. New pipe is all the way out on this line. Plenty of room now. There's actually way more room than is needed. There. Tons of room. Still won't click into place. Okay. What are we building now? Plastic and rubber. A lot of plastic and rubber. 800 rubber, 600 rubber per minute and 800 plastic per minute. Which I hope is a lot, at least for now. Perfect. But this actually might be one of my favorite builds yet, this building for the plastic and rubber. I haven't made it all pretty yet, but I made these blueprints in frames so I can think of it as one building each, or like one unit each. But they're actually kind of gorgeous because this takes some fuel and 30 plastic per minute to make 60 rubber. And this takes some fuel and 30 rubber per minute to make 60 plastic. Which means these feed each other infinitely and produce an excess 30 rubber and 30 plastic each within their own self-contained unit. So they just literally feed into each other with this set to overflow going up. And then we've got 2 whole rows of these that just mix all the plastic and rubber on these belts. There's another whole row there, right? And then they all get split here with programmable splitters back into plastic and rubber that then get merged, their plastic and rubber lines, so that the plastic from both lines is on the same line and the rubber from both lines is on the same line, that then go down to the next floor that has the same setup again, and then they join those, and then they'll come out on this floor as one long belt of just plastic and one long belt of just rubber. After these 2 floors, and just other than the startup cost that they will need to, like, other than the startup, they need to they'll just infinitely cycle through their own 30 into 60, 30 into 60, 30 into 60, 30 into 60, and all the excess will just get fed off. I can't wait to see this pipeline set up for the refineries. Isn't that what these are? Oh, you mean like to get the fuel down to all of these? It's already set up. So up there is where I'm making the actual fuel that has to go in the blenders. And the blenders are going to make diluted fuel. Right? Then the blenders shoot their diluted fuel out this side, and they're split into 2 columns. This side does this half the building, and this side does this half the building, right? And since the blenders come from the top, it's actually great. There is a drop down in the middle, which will feed down into here, which will do this whole row, right? And this whole, all these machines, but also at both ends, these are actually connected through the floor to the next pile below them, because they can handle exactly half the building each. So it's all doing, it's all just below. The blenders are actually the top floor, and gravity will deal with all of the rest of it. So the only place I ever needed pumps in the entire build was to get the original crude oil up into this part. Once we're here, everything from here onwards is downhill. This makes stuff that goes into those blenders. Those blenders make stuff that goes into the 2 floors below it. So I don't have to deal with anything bad happening, hopefully. Right? Like it's just the first step happens on the highest level, and then everything just flows down. In theory. I shouldn't be too excited about it until it works. hello, Parker. Parker. Hey. Come back. Oh, okay. Alright, just come in, wag your tail at me and leave. That's fine. I want to talk to you anyway. Alright, and so what else had to be pumped? Right, the water had to be pumped up, and that's those blue pipes down the bottom, and it needed 2 Mark II pipes. That water is actually completely separate. This pipe does the machines on that side, and that pipe does the machines on that side, and they're actually piped off the edge of this building because water needs to come up. And there's a row right there that feeds the water up. And there's the same row on the other side that feeds the water up for this side. So the only thing left to do in this building is I have to build it its hat before I start it. And I have to decide where in this pipe I'm gonna actually input the fuel from here. I'm probably gonna put it right in the middle so that it like goes off both ways. Right? I'm probably gonna have it come in from the roof and enter in the middle so that it doesn't have to manifold down one long thing, although manifold isn't really the right word for liquid. But I think it would be cooler to place it in the center. Okay, so back over here. This still needs to be connected to this one, because this is all the same. So you're gonna have to split there, which is not quite ideal. I kind of wish I could split before that one thing, but so if I put you right in the center of that. Yes, hello. Oh, I could just have you come into this one. That's actually fine though. Cool. So that should fill all these. It should do it relatively quickly because all of those pipes should already be backed up. Perfect. Perfect. Theory, the rest of this pipe also doesn't need to be here. Okay, so everything up here now gets enough. Everything up here is already connected. Now there's going to be one exception, which is this guy right here, which is going to take 40 per minute heavy oil residue. And this is going to produce 40 per minute heavy oil residue. So this one and this one only is completely separate from everything else, and you absolutely do not do that. What kind of fucking monster would let it look like that? That is insane. How dare you? Hold up. There. So that one and that one alone handles the petroleum coke recipe. And you can actually turn on right now and start feeding so that at least the whatever the fuck it was that I was using petroleum coke for doesn't break. Well, unbreaks, I guess. And the rest of it has to go into the same pipe. I don't see any reason to lift or do anything fancy with. Except perhaps be one click over so that you're actually in the middle. Is that in the middle? Perfect. And then in from there, in from there too, in from there, which for some reason just won't lock in. I don't know, the one problem that the biggest problem I have with fluids is quite often these junction pipes won't like lock to where they very clearly should. Like the line's there and everything. Like, why won't you lock to do the perfect lineup thing? I'm pressing the control key. Don't need this bit. Yeah. Cool. What color did I paint all this shit? You're gonna be that cool purple. time to paint some cool purple. I believe it's that one. It is. I mean, technically this is the same stuff, even though it's going to a different recipe, which is currently not working. Why not? You're full of petroleum coke. I thought I didn't disable that. Didn't I not delete that? You're supposed to be sending petroleum coke right now. Oh. Right. You've got to be resent into there because it's a new machine. Okay, my bad. No, that's fine. Let me just grab that. Which can actually just go straight that way since nothing else is coming in with it. And then you can grab, you've only got 120 coming out per second, so you can actually just grab a Mark, if I could remember. Yeah, Mark 2. And straight. And in. Maybe we'll actually get Mark 3. Yeah, that's a little better. And none of you should go to the sink for a little while because that is backed up for sure. That is not backed up. The opposite of backed up. It's gagging for it. Cool, so you two are on. Yeah, I could turn all of these on, but all they do is fill this pipe. Oh, you're all set, are you? I thought some of you would have... There we go. Let's fix this shit. Gotta make sure they all make the same thing. You're also all going to output. I almost forgot. You're also all going to output polymer resin. So we're gonna have to deal with that as well. Which I can put. Can I put a box that close? Can you be that close? Is that all right? You won't click in. No, okay. One further back than that. Now you'll click in. Yep. Okay, cool. Oops. Okay, so instead of 15 machines creating 20 polymer resin each, there's actually 16. Which means I am actually creating slightly more polymer resin here. 320. Also, where the fuck is this coming from? I don't remember where that's coming from either. Oh wait. That's coming, is that coming from over here? Yeah, that's coming from over here. And that's all going underwater. It's all disappeared underwater. Where it comes up here, which is roughly where I'm gonna need it. Ah, right, and for now you're going into a sink, which is just there, but I am actually gonna use it over here. So, just in order to get the math of my machines right here, if I just add 20 to this, somehow, I just make that 12. Yeah, because there's one extra machine. Oh, just have more oil, man. It doesn't matter. You're not actually part of the chain. There you go. Now there's 240 coming in, which is going to be 8.75 of those, and one of these at half value. Okay, well, if I use none of them, it'll be 8.5. That doesn't make sense. I mean, I can't have a refinery here to make 0.3 fabric per minute, can I? No, but I could have it running at 10%. Like 3 fabric per minute is going to be more fabric than I need. There, it rounds perfectly at 20. One machine goes at 90%, and this one makes 6 fabric a minute. Which is it's something I need, but I just don't need much. So that'll be a grand total of 10 machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fan-fucking-tastic. It's almost like I planned some of this. It's almost like some of it was planned. Okay, well, not that part. That part wasn't planned. My bad. Let's go straight. Okay, let's do it this way then. So I need to get around all of those. As far as I'm concerned, that probably means... God, can I go through? No. How the... Am I... Oh, I'll just go through over here, I guess? Right near the edge. Yep. Okay, but why are you angled outwards? Have you considered not angling outwards like that? Why are you doing this? Like that, but like... Yeah, okay, sure. That way works. Now you're out of the way of my lifts. Fuck. Okay, gonna get rid of the dimensional depot for rubber also. What the fuck are you two doing there? I just placed those. They shouldn't... They're not in the floor holes. All the rest made it in the floor holes. For some reason, you two didn't. Whew, okay, so all of this is polymer resin. And all of that needs to go down there. All of it. So that's when you come out of the basement into the sub-basement, which doesn't even have a floor this far back because I've not needed one yet. Okay, well you can come through on this ground level and sneak under those. It'll be fine. Nope, don't need any more basement there. So you're almost certainly from like in here just gonna go to a floor hole, through a floor hole and into the fucking water and come up in the other base. I love hiding shit in the water, but for now we need to get you here together. So a needle pulling thread. It's going to be the best way to connect all of these. Is it 100 fucking merges? Son of a bitch. What are you a dimensional depot for? Fucking plastic. Okay, good. That's actually a good thing. Okay, I don't want to delete that. Because that's where everything rubber is connected to. Although I could bring it over here to where the plastic is, but let's not worry about that for now. Okay. So everything that way, I guess. Okay, you're gonna have to head back that way, because if I try and put anything on you, you'll cause an issue. So if I go in the middle, that's gonna be way too cramped. If I go in the middle, that's gonna be way too cramped. So you also face this way. Fuck off, power line. Power's the worst. I've chosen to ignore that power is a problem. Or like power lines clipping things or whatever. Just power's just too shit to care. So nope, merges. I'm gonna need you to head that way. You're gonna clip onto the end of every single elevator here the whole way down. And then I think you could turn around here and head back down this way. From the last one, you come out this way. Okay, just put this on the floor so that I know that it's the exit. How much is going to be on this line? Actually 320 by the end of it. So what's our best belt for that is just going to be a Mark IV. We'll just do Mark IVs the whole way then. Looking proper vertical, good stuff. It's both, except my power plant. My power plant is almost exclusively vertical. That's my power plant. There's four buildings there. That's my power plant. That's a vertical plant. These have a few levels to them, but they're also pretty wide also. Right? Like the floor, like this it's not. I'm kind of doing a little bit of both. Right? Like everything does have a few stories, but we'll also build out. Foundation holds the machine up with no support columns. Like these skyscrapers are perfectly safe. There's nothing wrong with them. Okay, so out of here. How are you already making? Oh, right, of course. Oh, in fact, that was probably stopping the that was probably stopping the machine from running. Okay, where's my floor hole going? Right there. Like that. And straight down again. Literally down, prices are down. So like there. Yep. And then my personal favorite, a Tommy one. Wait, what? Yeah. How dare you not go into the water from here? How actually dare you not go into the water from here? I'll fix you right up by doing this. Actually go into that floor hole. Oh wait, I need to face you the right way. Are you facing the right way? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. You're underwater. Fantastic. Okay, so for now, I need to get you to come up here and get sunk so that it can keep working for now. Well, I'm pretty sure those are merges. They are! Okay, some temporary shit just to keep the other machine running will be to just merge you right in there, and that'll be fine. We'll also need to find in the water here somewhere. There it is. You don't need that foundation. Where are you pointing? This way? Cool. We're gonna put a hole right there. Right? And then I'm somehow somehow, without going into the water, I'm going to attach a lift to the bottom of that floor hole. Oh, like that. I'm going to put it down to the fucking ocean floor where I can see it. Just there it is. And we're going to run a belt from that one to that one. That's fine. And we'll be using you later. But for now, to keep the machine running, at least get rid of that extra polymer resin that's getting made right now. Fantastic. The backlog's cleared up. And that machine shall stay running forever. Until later on when I disconnect that and start reworking it again into plastic. That's a problem for later. That doesn't even look right. That's not even fucking connected, my dude. I mean, it worked. It's working. What in the fuck? I don't know, man. But it's also offset when it connects to the top of my underwater thing here. Like, you can see how that's off by the same amount. So like both the lift floor and the lift hole are lined up, and the lift itself is just fucking not. Hold on. I can fix this. No, not that. See it again. It looks like you need fucking one more in the middle there. Nobody'd even know. Nobody'd even know. Unless you look at it from a certain angle. That'll be fine. I'll put these little fucking nibs on the edge of it there. See, it's fine. Nothing wrong with that lift. No problem. We've been talking about, are we generally excited for the Shriekier 2.0? No. I think it's falling under a big case of I don't fucking care. Okay. So the next thing to do is turn all of these on and start the blenders. But I can't do that until I connect. And I don't really want to connect until I build the top of this building. So I guess I have to figure out where the building goes in, right? It's gonna be that pale blue and glass, this one. Not pink, but oh. Oh no. Okay, can we at least attempt to fix this? It's not lined up with that anyway. Okay, so this edge here is the normal grid. So let's build off that and then see if we can fix this by doing that without any clipping. Yes. Releasing more alt classes. No, but they're like rebalancing the classes that are out. Although we don't have the balanced list yet, but there are changes to it. So and the same one there, and you will just stop clipping. Yeah. And a few new idle mods, those as well. Yes. Honeycomb is what I was using here. Was I going 2 honeycomb for everyone? Yes. 2 honeycomb up. You can't build from here. Aaron, you just learned that lesson a second ago. You just learned that lesson a second ago. This is the broken wall. This is the one that I had like nudged off its path. Never do that again. Never ever do that again. Grab that again. Build from this side. Figure out what to do down that end later. This side is the side that's perfectly on grid. Okay, so now you need an actual lid. And I don't quite want it to be a box at the top. So we need some sort of... like, I mean, I can just use these again. Do you think a floor hole will go in the roof? Would you want a floor hole to go in the roof? Or would you want a wall hole to go in like through here? And then maybe like in there. Or would you want it to come from above? I might want it to come from above. No, no. If I do that, they all build like that. That would be fine. Except the middle bit. The middle bit's going to be something else. Let's check if a floor hole goes in. Does a floor hole go in the roof? Fuck yeah, a floor hole goes in the roof. Oh, that's great actually. But what we could do, it could be foundation here. It's too thick though. It needs to be some other kind of roof. Is it a glass frame straight through the middle? Will a glass frame take a floor hole? Yes. Fantastic. It will. So from here, oh, it would be better if it didn't anyway, right? It'd be better if it like came in there. It'll get painted, obviously. And then we just run it along there and into the center. I think that's the best. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cool. I think you'd be better if you just connected like that, but backwards. You can't make it that far. Can you just build like to there? Could you just build to there? That'd be great. Like, I know it's too long, but could you just build exactly how you are? Like just to there, and then I'll build a new pipe to connect. Because that would be literally perfect. But no, it won't let you do that. So instead, I guess we'll just come straight down the roof like this. And then into that. This purple. Slight angle, but it connects perfectly. I think we have to do that for sure. Whatever. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's ready. No, it's not. It's absolutely not ready. Because I have to provide power to every floor. So, power. Double power nubbins. Perfect. There's already one there. I'm going to plug one in right here. And then I'm going to plug one in right there. Right. And we'll plug one in right here. Because single nubbins, not double nubbins. Go in here. And they're gonna go on the fucking roof. Stupid power. Okay, so the power bit is near the light. Stupid power. Yeah, those connect 7. Over there, I guess. Those connect 7, so you can also just connect that one. You can also just connect whatever the fuck just happened there. You can also just connect that one. You can also just connect that one. Now, would it be incredibly lazy to just connect like that? It would. I still think there should be an MK3 power that should have all the same things that this has got right now, except it should just basically do wireless power like the jetpack does. So like you still have to have like power poles or power nubbins in places, but as long as things are in range, they just get power. Like this jetpack does. You could make that the MK3 power line, and it's just fucking, you still got to chain them together over only a certain distance. You still got to provide power to everything, but you don't need stupid fucking cables. That's just my thought. Tesla fields, yeah, like Tesla fields. Or something. Also, evening. Regular wall outlet. And now that I know I'm doing that, we'll do this one from over here. And then we'll just basically send one to... Cool. Like the middle there. And we'll send one to like middle here ish. We'll send one to like nope, you jumped back again, you silly bastard. Ta-da! 1, 2, 3, 4. Stupid power. Three, 4, and you also 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, ah, ah. Okay, so those two floors have some semblance of power. This one does not. This one does not. You're gonna go straight through the pipe? You are. You piece of shit. Okay. How about we come to... like... here. And then... like here. So you can fuck with the pipe some more. That'll be perfect. And then I didn't build the roof out long enough. Oh, long power cables it is. Like I'm building parts of the roof, but it's so I know where things will go. We finish the building and make it pretty later once it's running, right? Okay, these all very intentionally, each floor doesn't actually have power, but each floor can be connected individually. Whenever I want them to be. Fantastic. So, now that you're connected, I could turn blenders on at any moment, I believe. Which we might as well do, although the blenders will turn themselves off. They should have heavy oil. Oh, wait. Hold up. Stay disconnected. How dare you? These are all ready to be turned on. One part at a time, please. Okay, now you all have power. And now, none of you have any power. Fantastic. We love it. What? Why would you build a... There we go. Power. They're all on, I think. Oh, these ones are off. Now we get to find out if our whole system falls apart. Okay, these are all working. They're all making crude oil. This one on its own is supplying the petroleum coke over there, which it technically supplies ever so slightly too much for. So it just sits in a belt and gets sunk the extra 20. I mean, I could clock it down. But like, does it matter? Like if I clock that down, then I have to also clock that down, and then you can just get sunk. The extra can just get sunk, it's fine. So now these pipes should be filling up. If anything, they should be full already, and it looks like they are. It looks like they are. All right, blender level, on you go. Bacon sweats, think of the 18 months. And all the blenders are on. And they'll all start filling this up, which will all flow throughout the building, and then the blenders will turn off because nothing below that is running. But it should flow through the entire next 2 floors. Now, we can't actually turn these next 2 floors on until we, well, I mean, we can, but they'll just fill up, right? Now, assuming I've done everything correct, I don't remember which one of these is going to be which. But once I turn everything on, one of those will be exclusively full of plastic and the other one will be exclusively full of rubber. And in theory, these will only take a few minutes to fill. There is a lot of pipe here though, but it is getting fuel. No pumps should be needed because it is all downhill, but it'll be a minute because there's a lot of piping. So those blenders are going to have to work for a few moments. So while those blenders are working for a few moments, let's work out where the fuck I'm going to bring plastic and rubber back into this factory. Because they have to come back in. Preferably, I would like them to come back in where they were. What even, like where they were doing their things before. So this is rubber. Any right output overflow. Aha. So that is going to be sending a lot of plastic to the sink for now. So this is plastic. No, this is rubber. Okay, this is rubber. Which means this is where the dimensional depot goes. So that I have rubber for my pockets. Is it satisfactory? Yes. Yes, it is. Which means rubber could go anywhere below right here. Would that be convenient? It would. It would be convenient for rubber to come up here. Just extend a little more. So right on that line, in the middle of that thing, just overdoing that line, so like that. Now we're gonna have the same problem again, aren't we? You're not gonna wanna go underwater, and honestly, maybe I don't want you to. Maybe the finished products don't go underwater. Maybe there's actually like a thing out here. Not there. I think that's gonna. Oh nope. Cool. You're a piece of shit. Dust. I don't know what any of that is. I mean, I know what it is. I don't know what any of it means. Nailed it. The mod's a creative mode, or just a mod to use materials from storage? Nope. Part of the 1.1 patch apparently, although this is the first time I ever played it, is the dimensional storage got added to the base game. Now, I have no idea which one goes in here, but whichever one goes in here, it's rubber. So let me just 1.0 for dimensional storage. Okay. That's the smallest fucking sign. That's the largest fucking sign. Jesus. This, so I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna type rubber. Just gonna have a quick check over here. Oh yeah. Oh, all them fluids are full. All them fluids are full, which surely means all these fluids are full. And in fact, the very last place to be full in this building will actually be there. Fantastic. Fantastic. Fluids are full. Well, we know where the rubber's gonna go. And we've got that hooked up. So let's find out real quick where the plastic's gonna go. Yeah, I think the plastic comes from over here. It did, but I don't want it to go this far. Now, so this is where the plastic came down, is it? Is that where my plastic used to come down from and now has no use at all? No. What the fuck? Dimensional storage means you still have to produce it yourself, but the storage is always available. Yeah, okay, so dimensional storage uses these Mercer spheres, right? And it's got an upgrade path and everything on it to get like faster uploads and more uploads, but it's essentially cloud storage. So one of the uploads I got is that one of the upgrades I got is that I can drag items from my inventory and put them there, and you can see there's a little countdown, but if there was a lot of them, it would take a while. And this is all like dimensional pockets, basically, right? You still have to make all these items. They still have to exist. But one, they can come from your inventory, and two, you can make these, which also use the Mercer spheres, which is a dimensional depot uploader, which will upload any item I put into it at 240 per minute up to the cap of wherever my cap is of how much stuff I'm allowed to have in my dimensional pocket. So you do need to collect a bunch of Mercer Spheres to upgrade it all, and you also need a Mercer Sphere for each box you want to put down. And you can really only feed one thing into each box. So like the first time I got it unlocked and I got a box right at the beginning of the game, I got one box and I just started putting a shitload of concrete in it so that I could build foundations everywhere without ever having to worry about it. Right? And then as I started getting more, I started adding more boxes of more materials. And the plan should be anything that I'm going to use a lot of ends up having its own dimensional box somewhere in the production line where it'll just siphon some until my dimensional storage is full and then continue on down the line. And then if I ever use some from the dimensional storage, it'll refill automatically, which is what'll happen here. Rubber will come up here, and then this splitter says send everything forward and left. So if I use some rubber from my dimensional storage, it'll suddenly get room. Rubber will start getting split into there, 50-50 between that and my box that runs this whole factory. And then if it overflows, it'll go that way. Does this storage work with nuclear waste? This is my first time playing the game and I am not up to nuclear yet. I assume no. I assume no. Okay, so I don't know what that path was for. I'm pretty sure there's nothing connected to this splitter or to this merger. Oh, good. There's nothing connected to this merger, which almost certainly means that right now nothing is going in this path. That's correct, although we are going to need things to go in this path because I am going to make way too much rubber and plastic. It's very, yeah. So like, I think plastic is stacks of 200. I can only hold 5 stacks of anything. I've got mine fully upgraded and it's only 5 stacks of whatever. Right? So like encrusted industrial beams have stacks of 100, so I'm only allowed to have 500 in my dimensional depot. But as soon as I take some out, I have encrusted beams in another factory somewhere uploading. So encrusted industrial beams just start refilling. Clearly, I'm not uploading motors. That seems like a mistake. I'm nearly out of motors. We'll try and remember to fix that. Fuck. Encased industrial beams. Okay, so when that gets reconnected, that'll reconnect the rubber. Which honestly you could have, but whatever. And so when this one is reconnected, it's the one that's supposed to have plastic. Which means that that is the in for the plastic right here. So I can actually run that down here. And maybe come down near-ish to the same spot. That would be ideal. I dare you. Click in from the thick line in the center. So there. But then also, damn it. Too far apart. Okay. Sure. We'll fix that. So you'll actually change levels here, although that will be an innie. And then you will come up a lift 2 squares away from that one. Whee! One, 2 squares away from that one. Okay, so my rubber and plastic are now... Oop. Well, I don't know why you did it like that, but it worked. I'm gonna leave it. Start taking rubber again out of that box, that's fine. This is the plastic box which has none in it. That is the overflow line. This is the plastic box. It says left any, center any, which means a dimensional depot is supposed to go back here. You're going to be the excess, and you're going to be the excess. Let me double check. So you should say split there, overflow this way. Good. And then you're going to say split there, overflow this way, which actually means I never needed to delete that at all. So that's fine. Yep, I bet you're not actually connected anymore, even though you look like you are. You piece of shit. I think you're going to need separate lines. I think I'm going to be creating so much plastic and rubber that I'm gonna overfill this line and back up at the sink. But as far as I'm concerned, everything is ready to turn on. And then the only thing I have to do is figure out which one of these two lines is which and connect them to their correct elevators, which is hopefully in the order they're in right now. But I actually don't know. But hopefully rubber's on this belt and plastic's on this belt. Otherwise they're gonna have to go whoop. I don't know. Everything is already set up on that end, and on they're coming down like this, whether I like it or not. I guess I'll like pull this and like turn it there, so they like swap as they come out if I need to. Let me in the building. What are you doing? I just want to connect it to this one. Through the concrete. Boom. Nothing's working. Oh, right. Hold on. Nothing's working because I have to manually feed something in somewhere. Right? Something has to first exist. There you go, have some rubber. 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 Because some stuff needs to get made for the loops to start. Each self-contained loop should like complete itself. Right, like they should. We're just gonna stop and watch the first one, because if the first one doesn't work, then none of them work, and then I'm in trouble. Because you know what I didn't do before I did any of this? I didn't test the individual self-contained loop, which means I built this entire thing on a blueprint that's completely untested. Which doesn't seem like the best plan. But I was pretty confident about it. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. This machine takes 30 rubber and some fuel and turns it into 60 plastic, which it sends straight into this machine that takes 30 plastic and turns it into 60 rubber. That goes straight into this machine that takes 30 rubber and turns it into 60 plastic. That goes straight into this machine that takes 30 plastic and turns it into 60 rubber. And it just keeps going. And every single time it does the loop, there's an extra 30 of each. I don't always test my code, but what I do it on a main production line. Well... Okay. I mean, this part's working. And the excess is coming up.
At BalorMage, yo, what's up? Doing Freesia League?
Revision Texas? Probably not, actually. The excess is coming up. It's beautiful. Also, rubber's on the correct side. Just take 100. There you go. Same thing. Same thing. And then take 50. Yeah. It's a little bit of a slow boot up process, this. I gotta hand feed a little bit to every machine. Or to every loop. Every loop needs like just a bit just to get started. Didn't need much. It would literally get started on 6 if there was 6 rubber in every. In fact, I should have done that on the blueprint. I could have put 6 rubber and 6 plastic inside the machine on the blueprint. So it just had just enough to both start. Never tried putting stuff in on a blueprint like that. Neither have I, but I could have. How do you know that? Well, I mean, I don't know that it would have worked, I guess. I guess I don't know that it would have worked. But I could have tried. Look at these lines over the top here. These lines that are at the top, or that will be at the top, are just like a mix, because that's how the units were made. They're just a mix, just a mix of stuff. And then it all gets sorted at the end here and split correctly. I think you need a full stack to get the machine excited. No, you only need 6. So it says it uses 6 rubber at a time. So So as long as you have enough to start the first process, then it would take 6 and it would output 12 plastic. And then the other machine would start with the 12 plastic, right? And it would just get, if I just had have put, I didn't even have to have put both, but if I was to do it again now, I would put 6 plastic and 6 rubber in both machines. But I wouldn't even have to do both. If I just had 6 plastic or 6 rubber in each system, then it would have started up automatically and I wouldn't have had to go around and manually feed it, right? Would it have started quickly? No, but it would have started. Okay, this is going to cause a problem though, so let's get you sorted out. The close one's rubber, right? Fuck yeah. This next one's plastic. Now, the rubber's going to come out first because I provided most of those machines with like hundreds of rubber first. I don't see any problems here, but let's follow. Let's follow quickly. Let's make sure everything's going exactly where it's meant to go. Rubber's doing its thing, where it fills up my dimensional depot and starts filling the box. None of it is headed down the deadline yet. Fantastic. Plastic is coming in where it fills up my dimensional depot and the box, and none of it is coming up the deadline yet. Fantastic. Everything appears to be working. Let's restart all of this factory that's broken by letting the plastic flow out. Now, this will be ramping up. It'll take a minute, but there'll be 600 of this on this line within a few minutes, provided I have not caused any issues. That's not right. You should never stop, right? Oh no, you can only take 30 a minute, and the slowest belt that we have is 60. So those sides will stop. I'm not seeing any mixing. Everything looks fine. There's a little nubbin at this side of the machine. Doesn't need to be there. Same on the floor above it. Oh, nope, sorry. Same on the floor below it. Yeah. Little nubbin doesn't need to be there. Technically, that concrete floor doesn't need to be there either. That's going to be part of the tidy it up process. That was in there in case I needed to make any changes, which it turns out I didn't need to, but okay, so this should be providing me half of this, because half of it gets used and fed back into each other. So right now there should be 600 plastic a minute and 600 rubber a minute on this line. It doesn't quite look like there is. Logistics. There it is. Hello, friend. still ramping up, I think. So I make coffee IRL while we stare at these two numbers and hope they continue to go up, which they are. The factory is ramping. I'm gonna make a coffee. I'll be back in a second. Well, it's odd that they're not coming out at the same pace. I can't have. If I bottleneck either belt, both stops. Right? Although that is a straight... Oh, so it's just not bottlenecked yet. It's got a lot of belt to bottleneck. Yeah. My guess is that it's not on this side. My guess is that it's up here. It's not actually in the blueprint anywhere. There you are. bet this is an MK4 lift as well. Is this also an MK4? Oh my god. It's actually going to get bottlenecked here. At the sink. Even on my fastest belt. Have I filled up that plastic box? It was nearly empty. Why is there plastic up here? Because again, not an MK5 belt. The belt was getting filled. Okay. I may not have made excess plastic. Yeah, no, I have. Okay, so this is going to be an issue. This is actually going to be an issue. Right now it's okay, but this is actually going to be an issue. So you're going to need to come out and run another path, your own path. We cannot sync those together. They cannot go on the same line. Don't you fucking do that. How dare you? Default, I guess you're gonna have to come out a little bit somewhere. I don't know, I guess. So there's actually not much. No, there's actually too much everywhere. So the petroleum coke, first of all. So first things first, the petroleum coke can be merged onto that line. There's not much of it. And you can actually handle the excess from the entire facility on this line. Rubber and plastic, however, are going to need their own sinks, and they're going to need them fucking now. Oh, this battery pack's in the way. I was gonna, do I leave this battery pack here and just hide it? I could hide it inside a building. Need a new awesome sink though, and I need it like fucking quick. before the plastics gets here. If I don't have this thing set up before the plastic gets here, I would actually be screwed. Now why does that belt go away? That's not correct. This is the problem. You cannot merge here. You are not allowed to merge there. That's just not okay. You are going to be the overflow. And I'm going to get this sorted out before that box fills up. Right? Hold that. Have a look down the line. That should be fine. Do that. Go back up here. Out there. I'm racing that box or everything shuts down. That should be perfect. I have plenty of time left. I have plenty of time left. I have plenty of time left. That's got like another 15-20 minutes before it fills that box. Hmm. If I didn't know any better, I'd say I didn't start one of these loops properly. And yet they're all green. Why would you be stopped there like that? You moving slow should be fine. These are MK5 belts up top. There's got to be something that's not MK4. Oh, hello. It comes so far from the day one spaghetti nightmare. I mean, I hope it doesn't. It didn't stay that bad, eh? Everything else is... Oh, that's an MK4 lift. You absolute garbage. You're garbage. You're garbage. Same up here. No, those are MK5 lifts. MK5s, MK... Oh! Not the lift. The belt in the middle. Yep. This should empty. Maybe it's the same. Reading builds and lifts. Yeah, but like some of them are intentionally slow. Like these ones I put on the slow belts because like they are only inside, they're only producing 60 per unit. And so even these belts that lead in are slow because it looks cooler. But then they enter a Mark 5 belt because they need to, you know, something is still not optimal somewhere. Something somewhere is still having a problem. It's almost certainly on the rubber side. And it almost looks like it's still after here, right? Because if it was one machine providing less rubber, it wouldn't be stuttering here. It would just be less on the belt, like the plastic has. So it's still actually something past here. I've missed something. That's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5 that goes into the storage. That's a 5 that comes off. That's a 5 belt. That's a 5 belt. You don't merge into anything. This merger doesn't do anything. That's a 5. That's a 5. That bit's a 5. That bit's a 5. That's still a 5. That's still a 5. Fucking lifts. Okay. All right. You might as well get upgraded while we're here. Okay, that's better. Also, side note, we're overproducing the fuck out of rubber right now. Although I guess we're also overproducing the fuck out of plastic. It's just that we were underproducing the fuck out of plastic before. So the plastic's got like a whole double box to fill still. And the plastic's about to get worse because I'm going to add another 200 onto it using the polymer residue down here. But not until I do this. Well, you're definitely not producing 750, but that's the backup. That's it letting through extra now. Because there's a lot of lines here. So as these lines filter and even out, these should both drop back to 600 on the dot. There's the plastic. And there's the rubber. Hey. Behave. Even yourself out, bitch. Okay. It's beautiful. Rubber, stop it. What's your problem, rubber? It needs like an extra second in the window that it averages on. so that it doesn't do this shit. Is it configurable? I mean, no, it just has like a chart, but because it takes a poll so quickly, it's never gonna be like a smooth chart unless it was providing exactly what the belt needed, right? Like if it was exactly 780, then it would be perfect. Or I guess if I like lined up the travel distances of everything perfectly as well, so that there was like a gap in exactly the correct place every time. But that sounds like not something I would do. It's something I can do. It is something I can do. Right? No, it isn't. It isn't something I can do. Is it? I just wonder if I built a load balancer opener here and a load balancer, like a merger at the other side, could I even out all of the speed of everything? It's absolutely not worth it. That is absolutely not worth it. Move on with your day. Move on with your day. That is producing 600 per minute of both. So the next bit is to use all that polymer resin, of which we are getting 534. Basically, I'm going to add 178 to the plastics, which is good because this machine, this fucking unit up here, is using an absolute shitload more plastic than it's using rubber. At least 200 or 300 per minute more plastic is getting used than rubber. Although we can tell. Hold up. Now that both the boxes are full, they'll take a minute to calibrate. But now that both the boxes are full, I can tell how much this entire system is using because I know the inputs are exactly 600 into the factory. And right now, all the outputs are getting sunk. So how much am I using? It'll take a minute to calibrate properly. You know, I could use polymer resin for that. I should pick up 1,000 polymer resin. I'm sinking a buttload of it right now. I don't even have any. Where was that? That one. Might as well pick up 100 polymer resin. Okay. So we're using about what? About 100 rubber a minute, 90 to 100 rubber a minute in my factory right now, but about 100 plastic. No, 200 plastic ish, like 180 to 200 ish plastic. Although that might change, because a lot of the machines are going to take a while to spin up, like especially making the computers that need to be made to make the next component, both of which use a lot of plastic. The circuit boards use a lot of plastic that are needed to make the computer, so they're just catching up now. Yeah, the box is already full. Why aren't they going into a dimensional depot? This is not how you set up a thing. What the fuck are you? I'm so confused. What am I doing with computers here? You just have a box full of computers, but you're not feeding anything from them. And none appear to be going forward at all. They're not even filling. Oh, okay. I mean, so they will. When this line backs up, it'll fill the box. But then what? Then it's supposed to sink. So that doesn't work. Because I'm pretty sure this is the sink. I'm like 85% sure that that's the sink. I'll just fucking follow this line. That is not the sink. In fact, that's the box that's supposed to be full of computers. And then the overflow goes that way into the sink. In fact, this is so good I made a double box out of it. My dimensional depot's down here and everything. So there's actually a ton of computers here. But this is where the... Okay, but then the computers that get used should be coming from there. Like, this is just not how that's supposed to work. But what it does mean is that this box is a pain in the ass, and now my inventory is full of computers. And you need to take the overflow. Ah, yes. Full of computers. Many computers. Okay, but like, once they're done, where are they gonna fucking go? These need to also lead back to a sink. At least until I start using them. Otherwise, everything will back up again. But no, not from there. That's not how that works. Tell me that's a smart one. Tell me I know what I'm doing and I made a... Damn it, you're a piece of shit. Okay. Logistics. Smart splitter. Forward any, left any, right, overflow. Take that one and that one. And you can go into a sink literally right here. I'd love to feed you back down into the original sink, but frankly, they're kind of full. hate that. That's better. Why do you do this to me? Oh, wait, were you also upset about that belt that I also was upset about? Like, no, I can't. Now, the assumption is I'm going to need these supercomputers. But for now, once that box fills up, just to keep the factory running, if there are extras they can sink, I'm going to need trains and I'm going to need these supercomputers. But for now, the only thing that should be backing up our factory is how quick I can make supercomputers, because I could make, I think, 3 of them. But nice stream title. Yeah, you like that? It's running. Isn't it pretty? Same thing happening on another floor. Stream crypts, I'm ready to fight a deity. Nice. Body blue party. I mean, maybe, but we're actually not done generating plastic. Although it has come to my attention that the amount of plastic that I'm going to generate extra than this would actually fill the belt up. Wait, how much are these? There's 780 belts, right? Will fit on this belt. It'll fit on this belt with 2 empty slots per minute. That almost makes me want to not run this fabric. The only reason that's not 180 is because I'm stealing 10% of one single machine to build a tiny bit of fabric. But if I didn't, and I just didn't make fabric automatically, that would be a 780 belt. You'll need that fabric. I know, but and I know it's only making 6 fabric per minute, but like that's fine, right? Because I'm not going to need it often, but I am, when I need it now, right? All right, well, time to start working on these ones then. Okay, so you guys are getting, so you're actually not going to get any oil or anything. You're no longer going to be taking any liquids in, because you are going to do residual plastic. Oh no, you are going to take liquid in. Water. Okay, cool. So if I copy that and paste it 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 and paste it. Oh, wait, no, not you. You're gonna make fabric. Aren't you gonna make fabric? Do I not have the fabric recipe? Are you a different machine? What are you? Do I not have the fabric recipe that I was planning on using? Huh. I don't actually have the polyester. I don't actually have the polyester fabric recipe. Well, I mean, the inputs are the same. The inputs are exactly the same. So for right now, I can still get all of that running. Like, I can still get everything else here running. Right? I don't have to go out right now. the full pipe network. Flush, please. Because you were full of crude oil. And I'm actually going to need you full of water. So let's go back over here and have a quick look. Now, I was including the water for these machines off of those ones. But the pumps up still need 1200. So I can take some, but I have to, oh, perfect. I'll just take it from the center of both of these. There's literally nothing that could possibly go wrong if I did that. Absolutely nothing that could go wrong, right? If I connect these two and run them into there and just have everything together, it'll all work out. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. This is fluids. Something can always go wrong. Nope, it'll be fine. Absolutely nothing could go wrong here. Other than the fact that like these two machines don't even start at the same fucking place. So now this pipe that connects them is on an odd angle. Other than that, which is already upsetting, I can deal with these machines not lining up, but like, at least we do this. At least we do this. At least when we line them up here, right? We line those up, and now I would like to put directly above me another one of these, but instead angled down. Then I would like to take one of these, say vertical to horizontal, and run it all the way to there. Will you let me? No! Why won't you let me? It's just not far enough. Ah, but I wanted to go underneath that. That would have been perfect. I'm still gonna. We're still gonna head in that direction. But we're gonna come back to where you let me. And then we're gonna go up one or two. Just like that. Then into there. Just double check that I have flushed these entirely. I have. We should be fine. Nothing will go wrong. Stream streak. Nice. Okay, now to get you loaded up, there should be fine. Perfect. Cool. I've been working a while for this fucking paperwork for my temp job. No. I actually haven't even built a permanent aluminum factory yet. Which is like the next thing on the list, maybe. It's either aluminum or trains first. But whichever one I don't do first, I will have to do second. Because I'm going to need to start moving plastic, rubber, and aluminium stuff in bulk around the map to different places, so... Okay, cool. Right, so where the fuck is all this resin coming from then? Oh, it's coming from... That's already coming from over here. Right. So I'm going to use this. But there's also more. Yeah, coming from up there. Actually generating 530 polymer resin per minute right now. It's just getting sunk. How many tickets you got? I mean, I've got 100 on me and 132 there, and 107 on me. And a whole bunch of DNA points as well. Like plenty of DNA capsules I could make if I wanted to, if I needed anything. So all of you are going to take it. And you might as well take it on the ground. Or at least as close to the ground as you can get. Don't you fucking do that to me. Honestly, that's just rude. That's where I chose to connect, and it 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, well that's wrong anyway, so that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. You just connect right there. Perfect. Come down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the middle bit. You're going to come in from there. And then that way, that way, that way, that way. And then that way. That way, that way, that way. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stupid. Stupid. 5. That's perfect. 5 machines on either side. Okay, so temporarily, right? We take this machine. And we just like, can I just like turn it off, but leave it here? No, okay. Clear that and clear that. So one of these machines just stays off is the answer. $300. Yeah, because I can only add 180 plastic to that line. Which would need 540 polymer resin. Which is currently exactly how much is coming in here, pretty much. The polymer resin from here, you're just going to go in that side, and the polymer resin from here is just going to go in that side. So that should be fine. And if I just turn this one off, because this is the one that isn't going to work. In fact, I don't even think you've got power, correct? Oh god, more of you don't have power though. Have power. Okay, well the rest of you had power. It was just you. Okay. So then out the end of these machines comes only plastic. Which means this bit is doing nothing. So right now we are running shit down that line, so let's just get rid of these. Very carefully. Very carefully. Fantastic. And then there's no liquid coming out of these machines. So I literally do not need any of this. Now, I could merge all of it right here, but I would think I would rather merge it over here at the corner. Hit down below. Or do you let it stay wrong? The kink in the pipe? Oh, you mean this right here? That's actually very upsetting now that you've pointed it out. I'd like to unsee that. I'm going to pretend it's not a problem. I'd like to unsee that, please. Could you go back in time and have never fucking showed me that? That'd be great. If you don't mind. I don't like it. Right. There's gonna be a merger. Okay. That'll be fine. Which means all this plastic is gonna come down this way, all the way, or do I have it drop down here? How would that look exactly? Bad. Bad. That would put all the mergers there. I don't like that. I would rather we don't even need smart ones, just regular mergers actually. Don't you be in the way, fucking pole. How dare you. Oh, you overhang the concrete. Ah, but this is a retrofitting. It wasn't meant to do this to begin with. What do you think you're clipping through exactly? What the fuck? Uh-oh. There we go. I heard a little bit of a power downing there. You're meant to do something else. We're only running 9 of these. So you can actually head out that away. Now, if we make that straight, will you just go straight in there like that? Because that would be ideal. Yeah, I'm cool with that. That looks fine. Double check you're all about to start making plastic. You're all ready, all 9 of you. You're gonna make 20 plastic each 9 times. That's 180. My Mark V belts hold 780. There is only 600 on the line. There is supposed to be 600 on the line. You don't have enough fuel. Why don't you have enough fuel? Everything should have enough fuel. You also don't have enough fuel. How is that possible? fuck are you doing there? You also don't have enough fuel. How could that side have fuel, but this side not have fuel? You're the problem. You're the problem. You're not getting enough water and therefore not providing enough fuel. You have no water? You have no water. You have no water. This whole side has no water. What the fuck did I do down here? Huh? Huh? Of course. I don't know what's wrong. There's fucking power cables everywhere. Apparently whatever you're connected to doesn't have any fucking power. There you go, connect to that one instead. Okay. So technically not actually a fluid problem. Well, there was a power problem. Pain in the ass though, because that's gonna take a little bit of time to fucking catch itself back up, which it'll do. Eventually. Yeah. Okay. You just never know when something's gonna break. At least that was an easy-ish problem to diagnose. It was also only really super obviously noticeable because of these little things. I fucking love these little things. Because I went back over to do my math and was like, hold on, this isn't enough. What's going on? There's supposed to be 600 on both of these, and there isn't. Unfortunately, it's gonna take a minute to fucking wind back up. Like, it's gonna refill all the fucking pipes on this half of the machine. So this is alone. This building hasn't been like trimmed yet. Like it's going to be made into a real building with real colors. This is the color scheme I'm going for this rubber and plastic building. It's going to be that like sort of dull blue and glass. But I haven't actually made the building pretty yet. So there's just sort of shit everywhere. The shit that I needed everywhere is like build the bit in so I know what I'm going to make it look like. So that I could figure out where to like pump pipes in and put power up and that sort of shit. And once everything's running smoothly, then I encase it in, you know, whatever it's getting encased in, right? Okay, well, all the blenders are now running again perfectly. That water's almost full, so that won't fall back down again. However, watch the blender animation? I actually have not. Do they play catch? So there's a little bit of fucking centrifuge mixing here, and then they actually throw the canister to the other robot arm. That's cool. And then this one does what? Excuse the fuck out of you. Keep going. And then it does catch. And then it cools it off or something? I don't know. It fucking yeets it into the hole. What is that? Just fucking yeet. Okay, sure. Okay, interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I would expect the bottom floor to work perfectly before this floor does. Because I just expect the fluids to fall straight down and keep going down and fill the bottom floor first. Because like that's where it connects. But apparently it's prioritizing the horizontal pipes rather than the vertical ones, which is absolutely not how gravity works, but also okay, I guess. So the problem is I'm generating exactly as much as I need, which is a problem because how do I refill the system? Boop. Boop. Yep. Boop. 3 of them just got doubled, so that's like a 50% more output here. You know what? Fuck it. You're the side that had the problem. It's actually 100% more output here for just a little bit. So I don't want to connect my resin to these machines until, well, it doesn't matter. I can do that whenever I want because it's exactly 180, and this factory should produce exactly 600. So it just means this should be 780. So I can actually do that right now. Bye-bye. In you go. Hello. In you go. Why didn't that work? What have I broken? Huh? What? How did that disconnect? How did that side go away? Oh shit, these are all off. Hold on. Still have polymer resin in you there. Oh yeah, manifolds, it'll take a minute to fill, that's fine. Tiny bit concerned that it might overflow, so I think that what I do here is reconnect all the way down here with it. I don't really need a storage container full of resin, but we do need resin for several unlocks. So system here. No, that doesn't really work. Regular splitter. Take some of that, and you're actually going to go in there once that's full, but only if that's full. So we don't need this section, and you can't be a regular splitter. I am stupid. You need to be a smart splitter, which comes from that direction. Cool. Fill this, and then fill that. So center any, left, overflow. And now, unfortunately, you need to do the same thing basically here. A smart splitter, which takes from there and gives to there. Left is overflow, center is any. Which bit is not connected? I mean, okay, sure. If you say so. I need 100 of it now. So you're just gonna fucking grab your hand it off the valve. Oh, that's fine, right? Yo, there is quite a bit of extra getting done here. So it is gonna go into the depot. That's fine. You're all now 9 of you at least making plastic, right? Nope, because you're still not getting enough water. How could you not be getting enough water? But you've got no power. You're supposed to. Okay, but like... why would these be powering down? What? Why would you be powering down? You don't have enough water. Why would you be powering down? many pumps are feeding into that 600 pipe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit. No. No, this is fine. Because upstairs only needs 1200, which is 2 pipes worth. This extra 180 was splitting off this way, which should be fine. Pumps feed it and branch from here. Yeah, they do. It should actually just connect here instead, so that I can take some in both. I'm taking not enough because this is only half of this pump is going that way. The other half is going up there. I need for it to split slightly more evenly. I'm gonna do something. I have enough pumps and I have enough pipes, but I need 180 of it to be able to go this way through this pipe. And right now, while it is full, it isn't actually able to push 180 this way all at once, because I'm really only taking like half of this one, which is 120. I needed to take all of that one and a portion of the next one. So it actually needs to be like this bit connecting to this bit. Nowhere in this system do I need more than the pipe allows. But I do need... Honestly, this is gonna look a little dodgy, but like, what happens if I just do this? Reckon it'll just fucking fix itself up. Oh, whoops. I reckon it will. I reckon it'll just fix itself up. I think we're all worrying too much about absolute perfect distribution. It's a liquid. It'll do it itself. It's a liquid. It'll do it itself. That'll take a minute. Alright, those should be running fully by now. They're still not. How full are my pumps though? Whew. Yeah, okay. Fuel's starting to catch up. Oh, it'll be 780 plastic now when it's perfect. Because these machines are now running, or at least trying to. Right? Not the end one. Wait, no, that end one. That end one too. Should be getting polymer resin. Why aren't you? Oh, because I ended the fucking thing early. Oops. Oh, I said I was gonna do all 10 this way, downstairs, and then I said I was gonna leave that one off down. I was gonna leave this. Okay, I've done messed up. As a shock to nobody, I've done messed up, because this is the one that's actually off. But downstairs, I assumed that's the one that's on, which it is absolutely not. Downstairs. Well, I fucking hate that. I don't hate it as much. Oh, I thought that was gonna be horrible. Wait, that's not right. Yo, where's my orange fucking line for this thing? There it is. Okay, there's that fixed. Okay, I see nothing but green lights up here now. Not quite full. The other side that didn't have a problem, also not quite full. That's fucking awkward. I feel like my biggest mistake was not putting a fluid buffer in this system. I had no problems over here using a ton of fluid buffers. Down here, no fluid buffers, suddenly problems. These are now idle because the fuel is full. But the fuel is not full. But this is full. These machines are running at 100%. I'm actually the most confused. Only that one? No? 100%? 100%? 100%? 100%, but it isn't backed up on fuel. There's none there. How are you running? It's trickling in. It's trickling in there. This floor is actually connected at the edges of this floor. So like here. Like here's the issue. Like we're not getting enough out here. Because this machine is full. That's where the connection is. These things think they're stopped. Well, they don't think they're stopped. They're stopped because they think the fuel is full, but it is not. System out of the blenders? No. So, well, I mean, let's go over it. So like these pipes, these blenders all feed into one pipe. There's only 6 of them, 6 blenders per pipe. That's the maximum we're allowed to run. Because between all of the machines we need 1200 fuel, but you can only have, so the whole building split in half. Right? So you have 600 a pipe, whole building split in half. So we got 6 blenders, right? The fuel on the way in is fine, and the water on the way in is now fine. So that all comes down the middle, although technically the water is also split. Those are 2 separate pipes. But whatever, because here's no problem. This is fine. So let's go through it. We've got 6 blenders hooked up to a pipe, which is a total of 600 fluid. That 600 fluid goes through here. It's tight, but it does. And drops down right here, which has fluid in it. All right. Now that should fill out this system. That was the plan. It should fill out this system first. Like this should be full. Yep, cool. And this should be full. And this should be full. Cool. And they're all Mach 2 pipes. And the same thing should happen on the other side. It's full. It's full. This one's not full. This one's not full. Because this floor, floor 2, connects here. Check the flow rate of the 600 coming to the floor with the blenders. So right here. Flow rate 600, maximum 600. Absolutely. Flow rate this way says 0, which it isn't, because otherwise there'd be no fuel in it. This one says only 200, which makes no sense. This one's taken a huge amount, but then also not. There'd be no fuel here if this was a... And now it's getting some. So the problem, as far as I'm concerned, the problem is before here. Something's wrong here, because there are empty pipes down here and it's all 600, and these machines are turning off because it thinks all the pumps are full. And nothing is happening wrong on this side. These are all 100%. And nothing's going wrong on that whole side of the factory. All these machines have been running at 100% the whole time. They're all the exact same layout. Interesting. Even though the machines have been running at 100%, some of these pipes are still not full. But they've all got the flow rate that they're supposed to have. And none of the machines on this side have ever showed up with a yellow light. Oh, that's not true. Okay then. So something's wrong. Something's wrong with the whole fluid system. On the bright side, nothing appears wrong anymore with any of these machines that are making the extra plastic. So that's all coming through fine. And this is close. Right? We're making about as much plastic as we are rubber inside the building. The extra 180 is permanent, and there's no problem with that. There's no problem with the extra 180. That's doing it. That's doing it well. Or is there? Hang on. Maybe there is. This is still not getting enough water. I will put extra fucking water pumps in, man. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can over pump, you can have more water. Like, I'll give you more water. Okay, but you're all actually full though. And as are you. What's a full stack of water in these machines? I assume it's 50. This one's holding 30. No, I mean, what's its like backed up stack? Like, what's its maximum amount that it can hold? These water pumps should be able to pump everything. I only take it from here. This should be the correct amount. Because you need 180 total, which means you need to take pretty much all of two machines, well, most of two machines. So we have you just here, in between these two machines. It should be enough to just sort of sort itself out. Okay, so next problem. There's too much, and there's both too much and not enough going on here. Okay, stupid idea. What if I connect you at more places? Like, what if I put a hole in the ceiling up this end and connect you there as well? And like the same thing down there. What if I connected at multiple places? This is all supposed to just be gravity flow. So like, this should have been the easiest purely because I'm actually going to come out like that. This should have been the easiest because it's all gravity. Do the same thing under here. Alright, let me out. Where I put a hole on the end. And reconnect the end bit to that again. Because it was shit like here that had no fuel. I mean, that bit's working. Surely you get more fuel now. Surely you can tell that that's empty now. Because you're getting some fuel. We know it's connected because you're getting some fuel. really thought it'd be one you like. It actually looks really good. And I'm sure that everybody playing it is having a lot of fun. Okay. No, now it is working. Okay, connecting that at more places has filled up everything down here. It should fill up the bottom floor first because of gravity. So some weird shit happening. But everything down here is filling up. So presumably if you give that a few minutes, this floor also fill up. A little bit more should have been. Yeah, it looked really good. I'm just sort of burned out of ARPGs in general right now. And on top of that, calm down, guys. And on top of that, they pulled my sponsor like 2 days before the league started. And I was just like, well, maybe I just don't then. So I think they pulled my sponsor a little bit beforehand because I'd been playing Satisfactory already for like 2 weeks. And so my numbers were real low, but like I knew that that was happening and that was intentional. And that when I went back to ARPGs, it would all be fine. But I think they just saw low numbers and were like, ooh, don't know what happened there, but we're not going to pay him like we were paying him before. And then took it away. Only making videos? I mean, no, I also I stopped doing numbers and stopped making videos for a little bit. Hopefully that'll sort itself out after a few minutes and I have to take out the slumber shoops. However, this bit is still bothering me. Everyone's like, can she? Not really. Not like generally. Torchlight's more of the exception than the rule because it's fucking phenomenal, but I do normally not like gacha stuff. There, fuck you. Now you got more water than you need. I'm gonna underclock that one a little bit. But that should be more water than you need. Okay, I'm not gonna underclock it a little bit. Shouldn't you still take in water while you're off? I feel like you're supposed to. Surely these being Mark 1 pipes isn't an issue. Hold the phone. How can this possibly be happening? How can you not have enough water? I just put in a new pump right here. It's right here. Okay, but these were already enough water for the entire system. This is a superfluous pump. So I put it in just right here at this edge. Yeah, we know, bud. Okay, let's give that a minute to catch up. Now let's see what's happening over here. At least if I'm dealing with two fluid situation problems at the same time, I can look at one, theory craft myself a solution, and then walk away and go look at the other one and see what's happened. These turning off is not a problem, because there are slumber slips in these that shouldn't be needed. So like in theory, once the entire pipe system works correctly, these should click off like this often. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and also just real quick check what that dog's doing before I check the pipes again. Okay. These lights going yellow is fine. Because they've got slumber sloops in them to try and make up for the problems. These lights going yellow is not fine. Well, I guess the first place to check is just... we just check everything by checking down here. Well, we're close. The valves near your pump so no backslosh hits the pump. Is them fair? Yeah, because there's too much water, which is the thing that I just did. There is now too much water in this system. I don't know what there's actually one whole extra water extractor worth of waters. So those will keep doing that. Okay, so all these are now fine. So, if I take out all these, then they'll stay fine, right? I think that was all of them. Yep. So, okay, so we've actually now got 13 pumps instead of 11 and a half pumps. So all the water is also fine. So to stop them from turning off and on, let's clock some down. So I currently have 13 when I need 11 and a half. So I have to turn off 1.5 pumps total. Which means I would have to turn off 75% of 2 pumps. So if we go So there's not that much used there. Most importantly, it has its own pump at the back there. So if I take this one, right, and I make it 25%, that's 75% off one pump. And then I take this one, at the same time, and I make it 25%. And now I've taken 1.5 pumps away, essentially. So in theory, these should never turn off anymore. Although, turning 1 to 25 is awkward. That should just be 50 and 50. Give everything a second to catch up, and it should never ever stop running again. I can manually do that real quick. That should help a bunch. Okay, let's check over here. Water pumps never turning off, water pumps never turning off. No yellow lights anywhere, no yellow lights anywhere, no yellow lights anywhere. Yay! And back over here. Excuse me? Did you just turn off? Or was that a trick of the light with the smoke? You're still turning off. That doesn't make any sense. And you're running out of polymer resin. Am I not getting enough polymer resin to run all these machines? I should be. So much empty space. What? Here? It's for all my nice clean belt work. Check it out. 600 rubber, 780 plastic. Problem is, I don't think it's going to keep running on its own. So this one's running out of resin, and it shouldn't. I know that I didn't put this in the dead center. This is just where I put it. But all that should mean is that it took a little longer to fill up. There should still be enough resin for the whole thing. So I'm using, in an ideal world with 5 of them running, I'm using 540. These will take a second. These two numbers should add up to 540. And if they don't, and that machine turns off, then that's why some water turns off, because we're running the perfect amount of water for everything to run forever. It looks like I've got 525, not 540. Well, how could you possibly be giving me 302 or 304? Like, how is that? Okay, let's work out how much is supposed to be coming from here. Troubleshooting. It's all troubleshooting. Okay, so this is 20 per minute. All the machines are on. Holy shit. Why would you have 59% uptime? But did you ever get into Factoro? This is actually the first time I've played any factory style builder game or whatever. go, I may have found like the whole problem. It may go all the way back to here. My problem might go all the way back here. $40 times 15 equals 600. Still finding issues? Yeah. This fuel generator is only running 58% of the time because it's full of crude oil. It can't dump its oil. But they're all 600 pipes and there's 15 of them connected to that pipe that leads into that building. So the problem might actually be all the way back here. I mean, like, these are MK1 pipes coming out of the machines, but so those are all 300s that go into 600 across here, which is all of these blenders. Which are all full. And there are 12 that do 50 a minute. Yeah, I got rid of the slops. Ah! I didn't get rid of all of them. I didn't get rid of all of them. I thought I'd gotten rid of all of them. That would do it. Fluids are fun. They really do like to fuck with you if you don't get everything correct. See, look at these. Look at these. 89, 69. At least this one works all the time. This one's on just 100%. Comes out of one machine. Very simple. Okay, so 16 by 20. So that should be bringing, if these ran the whole fucking time, which they're not. Everything is a cascading failure. for the blenders? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was actually thinking there probably should have been buffer tanks everywhere. But when I did buffer tanks in that area, it took longer to prime and then there were no issues. Okay, where am I gonna put you? If I do that, where am I gonna put you? You're in the organization, right? Yeah. You can be a fluid buffer. You can fucking, I will build something to hold you later. For now, you can float in the fucking air. I will put a platform under you so it looks like you're held up. The refineries rather than in here. I don't think there's room. They build right up to the edge of the building. Like, I can't come out any because the buildings nearly touch. Like, that's just... I can build some fucking scaffolding to hold this. It'll be especially easier if I do it off the roof. Yo, what if I just hook it into the roof? It actually is hung off the roof. Yo, get in there. It's actually hung from the roof. It doesn't even need a platform. It never wastes. This coffee actually stays warm forever. I mean, that says we're filling at 602 and draining at 602. And it's been doing that since I put it down. Funnily enough, now all the machines are running. Even though that's exactly what it was doing before. All I did is put a buffer in the middle. makes me think that that should be here too. Is this a Vectora? I've never played Vectora. Interesting. These are identical mirrored things. Well, this says 596, 597 in, 593 out, and it's going down to 500 sometimes. This side, 602 in, 602 out. This side, moving all over the place, down as low as 500. There's the extra pump. The extra pump is in the middle. So each side has 6 pumps. The end 2 pumps are at 50%. I mean, it's got this little extra bit. That's the other side doesn't have. Right? These have this little fucking connector right here, which is a little square, which I guess doesn't really need to exist. This bit in the middle does nothing. But it actually connects the whole unit to each other. To this one water pump that's at the back in the middle. Just that square at all? Neither do I. So, first let's get rid of the square bit, but let's still leave them connected. Right? I need more than the 120 back there. So So I need valves then. Because what I need is 180. I'm getting 120 from the pump at the back. So I need 60 extra. Need 60 extra. Which means if I put a valve facing this way here, put a valve facing in here, and have them both only let through 30 water and keep the rest of it on its own side. So now these are only these joining pumps. I'm stealing 30 from each side, right? And then the rest of it is coming from this one, and that is 180 total. So these should stay on. This one doesn't exist. I will actually need to steal a slight bit more from each side to run this. When I can build the fabric. So the next bit is here. This is where all the water goes up, which interestingly is only a flow rate of not 600. It should be pulling 600. It is not pulling 600. So 120. So 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these two are at 50 right now. Which is 5. Oh. But that's not giving me my extra 30. Now it is. Because that's what I want, right? An extra 30 from each of them. Yeah. Okay, so now there are valves on, and now there is the full correct amount of water everywhere. And valves forcing that water to go in the correct direction. And yet you don't have enough water. try and speed it up a little. I feel like that should have sped it up enough. And yet here we are. This water pump is pumping in there and there to the whole system. I guess maybe I'm losing some of that. Is the pump for elevation? This shouldn't need a pump. Maybe it does. Water. How much plastic per minute are you making? How much am I making, or how much will I be making when I stop having problems that I'm diagnosing that's blowing my brain up? The answer is I should be making 600 rubber and 780 plastic per minute. And I'm doing all of that off a single oil node that isn't even fully overclocked. In fact, my oil node is only overclocked to 187.5%. So there's room to make more if I need. But not until I fucking fix these problems. That should say 780. There should be no gaps in this line. Out of water again. I don't know, man. Nine machines here that need 20 per. That's 180. This one makes 120. Splits it in half right there. Has a pump on it. So it injects it into there and it injects it into there. A donated amount needs pumping too. I think it does. The flow rate here is flowing away. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, it's only going from here to there. Like that's only 8 meters. It's already got 10 meters of lift. Okay. The pump could literally be in here, because this bit's fine. This is 8 meters. It's lifting fine, but it isn't in there. You know, Mark 1 pipe just for fun. It won't matter. That is more than you require. Let me bring you a friend. Now it's pumped most of the water out of this pipe, which realistically should happen. It'll still come in little waves because that's how pumps work, but like that's how the water pumps work. But like this bit should be mostly empty now because I'm only allowing You've got water enough to do the one behind it. Enough to not stop. Uh-oh. What's your problem, my dude? These things can hold 50 water. So let's like get the machines up to like, I don't know, 30, 35, something like that, and then unclock it and see if it keeps going up or down after that. Honestly, I might as well let it fill, right? There's no reason that it can't just be full when I unclock the machine. That one's full. That one's full. Okay, back down to the correct amount of water. Pump is though? What do you mean? What are you, like, not? Oh, does the pump hold extra water? Like right here? That number would fill up more? Oh. I mean, shouldn't that be filling up then? Here we go. We'll let it hit 100 before we pull it. Okay. Relax. Back to the normal rate. Oh, relax the whole way, actually. Not that. Relax the whole way, actually. Now that I know that that's a thing, though. See, that tank's empty. 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 That tank nearly full. Yeah, closest to the route up. Well, that's fine. Does the other side look the same? No. No, it does not. What? What is happening? This tank empties no matter what and just turns off other pumps. It's magic. It's actually magic. You're a separate problem. Don't know what you're doing off. You're a separate, unrelated issue. I probably didn't balance that place around needing it. But here, look at this one. It's getting turned off. $600, 602 in, 600, 602 out. That whole system must be working. 598 in, 590 out. Honestly, fucking good enough. This is what matters, right? Quick leave and never look at it again. Yep, it's doing its thing. Those are the correct numbers. There's a production machine. So, oh, I did that. The thing I didn't do this time was put fluid buffers everywhere, and I have had tons and tons and tons of problems. These towers are my power towers. They're actually running from over here. I don't know if you saw these, but these are refineries making heavy oil residue, right? And above it, using the heavy oil residue and turning it into fuel, right? Each two of these is running 2 towers. And in these towers, which are massive, is a refinery making turbo fuel, a buffer, and a fuel generator that's fully overclocked. And every single room, 10 stories high, with 4 towers, is doing the same thing. And at the top of every tower, an industrial storage buffer. And I think, use a blueprint to build them? Yes. Oh my god. Yes. At the top of each tower is an industrial fluid buffer. So each of those 2 blenders goes into one pipe. The pipes actually go under the water. Then it splits into 2 pipes. Comes all the way up the building into the fluid buffer with pumps all the way up and everything into the industrial tank. And then flows down through the entire towers. So that it gets pumped to the top and then gravity assists its way down. And yes, these were all blueprinted. Although there was way too much to do after the blueprints were placed because it was my first time using a more intricate or vertical thing. Need some elevators to go up and down the tower. So I actually made a fully functional elevator. You can actually walk into every single floor, and you can actually walk inside rooms and have a look around and check everything. And you can walk up to the next level here and check that. And if you wanted to, the towers are too big for a single elevator, but every single floor works.
It's nice of you to come by. It can get pretty boring here.
Every single floor works. Every single floor has all railing and banisters and everything. And floor 6, which is just over halfway up, is a transfer floor. But you actually have to, if you were on foot, you actually have to go around and down some stairs because the elevators don't go high enough. All the rooms still work. There's even an overhead light in every room that only is on night mode. So it's only on at night. And you can come back in the next elevator and you can go all the way to the ground floor. Every single floor in between works. They all work. I don't even know what that is. Happy, I love it. I love it too. I spent so long. The only thing I don't have is I don't have any like way to walk here. So like the elevator works, but you have to jetpack across to the thing until I figure that out. But that thing had no problems. And I am now somewhat of a believer in, I believe fluid buffers are the reason that I had no problem. I believe if I had to put this system together, intending to put a fluid buffer between here and a fluid buffer at the end of these, that there would be no issue. Oh, I don't think I needed it on necessarily every individual drop. I think I need it every time I change liquids. So I think the blenders need to have a fluid buffer at the end. And then these two floors would work fine. Put a buffer at the top end, but this is all gravity fed. The top floor that's full of is fed down, and then that's fed down, and then that's fed down. And got a bit of a dodgy water roundabout. We do have a dodgy water roundabout. It's working now though. It's working now though. We'll come back later and fucking pretty up the building. Oh, that's for my bugs. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Damn. I need 25. I need more biomass. Oh wait, never mind. Here? Yeah. I have to take my resin. Okay, yep. Which I couldn't do. That's that last off machine. Which we're gonna have to add in and then balance extra water into. So, yeah.
Research completed. Polyester fabric recipe unlocked. Using polyethylene terephthalate, production of a lightweight and strong fabric can be automated. It has many of the properties of naturally sourced fabric and also amplifies body odor.
And also amplifies body odor. This is gonna become a little shed. Fuck, maybe I should do that somewhere else. There's not even a sink over here. Man, I could just make fabric whenever. There's so little. Maybe I just don't. Because I'd have to fill up. I'd have to put some in a depot, and then I'd have to send it somewhere. Is there even a sink here? Oh, there is a sink here. Oh wait, that's fine then. I can do it here. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so you're going to become polyester fabric, right? So for starters, that means when I turn this on, you need another 30 water per minute, which means I up the production on 2 of these machines, one there and one there, by 15 and 15, and I up the valves by 15 and 15. And then all I have to do is do I do that? That's where I'm gonna no, we do it here, I think. Where am I going to lay them out? There's so little room left to be neat about it, but it needs to just be snuck in here. It needs to just be snuck in here so that I'm making fabric forever. I don't need a lot of it, but I need it. I need very little, but I need it. So let's see. A dimensional depot can't fit beside it there. Can't really go in like that either without getting in the way of things. Oh, it can go there without breaking anything. Interesting. So could I stay inside of this line? All I would need to do is come out of there, do a little turn, and go through a splitter and into the floor. Okay, this is sort of a late addition. Let's see if it works. No, it sits on top of that. I don't love that. You could actually clip through the frame and you would look fine. You could just... oh, no, that's a whole thing. Go half a thing? would look fine. You can't do that. Can you do this? That's not where you were when I clicked. How dare you? What the fuck are you doing? It's happening again. What the fuck? No, don't you dare go in there. Yo, it doesn't want to do that tight turn. It does not want to do that tight turn. I really want to keep it. Let's see, you would run in. If I did that. And then really? That's too long. Can't go that short. It just doesn't let you. I'm gonna fit this in here. No, don't you dare connect. No connecting. No connecting. No. 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 Gonna do exactly what I want it to do. I wish you could go halfway, but how about there then? splitter. Now, I have to assume you do not fit here. But just in case, let's try it. To be set to make the noise. Yeah. Oh, how could that possibly? Oh, yep. It made a little noise. Perfect. Right, becomes overflow. And now this hole joins that somehow. You actually have to join all the way down here. But by the way, you actually have to join all the way down here. Yo, do you really go in like that? Is this whole belt in the floor? It fucking is. Fuck you, buddy. Ba-dum-bum. This thing's already here, so you are now the overflow buffer. Other way. What? No, you should be coming out there. You're not the overflow buffer at all. You're a fucking magic hole that I'm not using. Oh, you're for that to go up. I see. My bad. You're the hole. Which I can just do. And I can feed straight into that. Which already feeds all the way down here. Now I just need to connect you to that. You go in the sink. And nobody ever looks at it again. Okay, good. There is a little bit of extra resin. So, everything is perfect. I'm gonna set this bitch to 10 per minute? Honestly? Even less. 5 per minute. You now need 5 water per minute when you turn on. Let's make it 6 so that it's real easy to do. Clock speed 20%, all the rounding works everywhere. Cool. You're gonna use sweet fuck all. You're gonna use 6 water per minute. You're already hooked up to the entire system. in order to get your polymer resin, you're just going to attach that one to that one, and now you're getting polymer resin just like everybody else is. You're already getting water just like everyone else is. So you're essentially ready to be turned on, except I've perfectly balanced my water. And now I need an extra 6. So we're gonna come over here. We're gonna add 3 to this side. Perfect. We're gonna add 3 to here. We're gonna add 3 to here. And we're gonna add 3 to here. On you go, making the world's tiniest amount of fabric at 1 fabric every 10 seconds. Which is a stupidly small amount, but also I need it so rarely and in so little amounts, but I need it. So you just sort of get like stuck on the end real quick. Which is fine. You just get packed onto something else. Just a little bit squeezed out of you. It should affect nothing. And now I also know exactly how much rubber and plastic is surplus from here, because I know what I'm creating and I know what's entering the sink. I'm creating 780 and essentially 620-ish is what that ends up averaging. Machines move at different rates and shit. And this is using about 90 rubber, and that's it. So this is what I could siphon off this base after it's made all of its stuff. I could take easily 500 or 600 a minute and send it somewhere else. Let's call it 5. Let's call it 500 rubber and 550 plastic safely without this machine stopping. Everything is full. We are just about done, not just here, like here with this, but like in this area. Like I've just about built out this area as much as I can fit things in that I wanted to. We may have to move. There's one more thing that I'm gonna squeeze out of one of these towers, but that'll be later. Out of one of the bottom floors. I'm gonna squeeze off a tiny bit of extra turbo fuel and package it and send it into a depot. And when I say squeeze off, they're actually all perfectly balanced, so we're gonna have to like slumber sloop one of these, and then we're gonna take exactly 18.75 of the turbo fuel that is generated and fucking yoink it out and use that to create our packaged turbo fuel so that I can jetpack around places. God, how much are the packages? How tall are you? Like if I was to build a packager, I'm not going to right now, but if I was to build one right here, would I even see it up here? I mean, a little. If I put that in the right place. If I put that in the right place. Oh, I know exactly where I'm putting that. Oh, I know exactly where I'm putting that actually. Boop. It's getting hidden under here on the water level. Exactly a little bit down. So that it actually fits. And my one packager to do just turbo fuel for my jetpack is just going to get made under here, where I will be able to siphon water using the exact same technique that I'm using to get extra water here. I'll just be real careful about exactly how much I'm taking, and I will set the machine and the valves appropriately to yoink a little bit of extra water, just a tiny bit, and then we'll fill a depot with it, and then it can join the sink, which is really easy to join because you can just join up to any one of these because they were already there, and then it'll never stop and it won't break anything, and it'll permanently use one of my slumber sloops, but like we want a jetpack before we go adventuring, looking for an aluminum base or filling out train, like doing trains or anything like that. Want a jetpack, and I would like turbo fuel for that jetpack, because the only fuel I've tried in my jetpack is biofuel, and that fucking sucks. It's so bad. It's actually fucking horrendous. So, one sneaky packager right here. Liquid biofuel is literally the second best jetpack fuel. Biofuel sucked. I mean, I didn't have liquid biofuel, but I was thinking turbo fuel would do the trick. No, because now I have to deal with packaging. I don't have any packages either. I was thinking about just fucking yoinking it right here, but maybe I don't yoink it right here. packaged turbo fuel. So let's just say we're getting our turbo fuel from I don't care. What are you doing? Let's just say I have it, because I do. I'm gonna fucking, let's say I have that from, I don't know, fucking storage container, man. I've got some. Just say it's full. There you go. What would I need to make an empty canister? A tiny bit of plastic in one, like how much? How many microplastics are you doing? A lot. Let's again just say it comes out of a storage container that is full. And I want one. You would use 30 a minute? I wouldn't even want that. Oh, to create 60 of that. Wow, yeah, okay. Well, we don't want to create 60. In fact, we want one machine. And we want it to use exactly the amount of fuel that we double out of this thing. Because this is the limiting factor. Or the controlling factor. Right, because I'm going to take one of these and I'm going to put boom in. So, like that. So that's going to be 18.75. You're going to get exactly 80. Can I tell it? There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to tell it I have exactly an amount. I'm going to have exactly 18.75. Be a way to tell it that. No, I just have to figure out exactly how to underclock this machine to make it use. Okay, that's how we do that. Last per minute was on that menu. In here? Oh. Was it 18.75? Diddle-oo. That's how I'm gonna do that. Alright. I'm way too tired. We're gonna sneak that in tomorrow morning. Gonna sneak that in just under here. I'm gonna make a tiny bit of it out of plastic and make sure that we've got that turbo fuel. And then we have to decide if it's train time or aluminium time, because both of those things need to happen, and both of them are going to be pretty much, they almost need to happen at the same time. So I need to start being able to ship stuff around. Otherwise, I'll be losing a hell of a lot of rubber and plastic. On the bright side, while our consumption still has some problems because of the other side, still goes up and down a little, our production, solid, straight line. Somehow 150 under our capacity. Not sure where that's coming from. Pretty sure it's the other side of the map where my original ship was. But ta-da. Time to jump off though. Still have a couple of biogenerators hooked up. Yes. In my original spaghetti base, there are several bioburners just sitting at the end of a bunch of boxes that I was feeding by hand at the beginning of the game. I just left my spaghetti base behind. That's exactly where they are. There's several of them in a row there. Because that's how I powered the first base, running around and picking up leaves and putting the leaves into a box that would go into a machine that would turn it into biofuel that would go into a box that would then go into burners. Come a long way from that. Early game is rough. Early game was rough. Early game, not even knowing that there was a world grid and having no idea what I was doing was pretty rough. I will see everybody tomorrow. We're jumping off today. Goodbye.